way later than usual. Well, not exactly. Some half the time I did start at 12, but just trying to get things working. Restream seems to be working kind of weird, so I am unable to do YouTube chat. It keeps saying connection in error state, and for some reason it's posting. I mean, the stream is streaming fine, so you can see it in YouTube, but chat doesn't work in there for some reason. So and then if you go back to the channels, if you look here, it's sending data as if it's not streaming, and this is streaming, which is another weird thing. The Rumble stream works fine, but it's acts like it's not in a streaming state for some reason. So, whatever, whatever is what. Oh, you can't even see it, of course. It doesn't matter. See, am I off? There we go. Yes. Um. Okay. So today, on Tuesday, the 29th, uh, Tuesday, April 29th, 2025. I'm going to continue working on the thing to do with the origin or the parents, because the rooms are going to be capable to have more than one parent, more than one place leading to the page. So I can set up loops and stuff. Actually, it won't be having anything to do with setting up the loops, but it'll be just in case I need it later for some reason. So I'll keep track of what goes where. Well, actually, it will help in visualizing the connections in the editor. So that's what we're gonna do today. And let's go ahead and I got Grok up. Not using Grok just yet. Let's see, dev stuff. We got Redot projects. Let's go ahead and start this up. Holding node. Okay. That's right. New location. Let's go into script. I'm already there, I guess. Uh, I am not awake today. What do I need to worry about? Okay, let's go over to rooms, or let's go into the projects. Let's open rooms back up. That's rooms back up. And let's make sure that I got, yeah, let's just copy, go here, paste, place all. Oh, except for the new location. The new location has no origin. That's actually correct. Um, oh, let's think here for a second. Be it that one. That still has parent in it. That still has parent in it. has parent. Cerulean has parent. Oh, these all have parents in them. Home, Cerulean, Cerulean 1, Dragon Mount. Gesture Cave should have inbound. So I'm just gonna do a simple like copy paste all these. I'm gonna make sure that they all like kind of work correctly. Actually, let's do something here. Let's go ahead and let's close this for a second. Okay, so I am just going to copy this. So right after the description, right before doors, we'll see. I go to each of these. So, let's see, how do I do that? Let's do it like this. See? There we go. Control V. Same thing here. V. Here. V. Here. Control V. And also here. V. All right. Okay, so we're going to copy these. Remove the parent. Here we are going to Control C, V, ground incoming. Just converting. I am just converting parent to inbound array. Uh, ooh, Yes, do this. Uh, let's do this again. Okay. Pardon me. Kalen's is parent. Kalen's was this parent. And there's no parent, right? Okay, forget the stream text. Okay. That seems to work. Yeah. And let's go to room creation. Let's stick this, and let's do this. And I should have some errors. Reload save scene. Actually, it doesn't look like there are any errors. There should be errors. Caps lock off. Reload save scene. Hmm. Editor map, right? Oh, weird. Origin. Okay, we're not going to do this anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the 2D map and I'm just going to hit save room data. And then I'm going to check the room data. He's there. Everything seems to be okay. It's okay over here too. New location. Found. No origin. And no doors. Right, empty. Give me a quick second. Okay, okay. Um, put this top here. I'll blink out my video capture for a short period of time. I need to make sure that I don't create the saved data. We're going to take this out. Create. Origin is origin. We're not doing origin. We are doing what should I do it? Should I pass in an array of strings for the origin stuff, or should I pass one thing as an initial deal when it creates it, or should I not do anything and just do a kind of um a default kind of a need origin kind of thing? And let me pull this down here so I can see. Uh, let's go ahead and drop this out here just so I can see any chats that are coming on. So, a Rumble, let's hit the live button. Okay. Um, all right. So I'm still thinking here. I'm thinking, all right. Let me try. Well, trying to keep both of these chats on the screen. Give me a quick sec here. Huh. Okay, how about I cascade them, so to speak? Let's do something like that, and let's bring this down here like that, and then let's just have both chats kind of open. That means this might have to be a little bit smaller so I can get to all the chats. I don't know, I'm trying to find the best way of putting some of the stuff in here. Trying to find a way to be able to see the chat and everything. Because currently Restream isn't working for both YouTube and Rumble. Anywho, let's reset that. There we go. Yeah, I'm just a little tired today, sleepy today. So I'll still try to get something done, but my I'm not gonna be awake until later, I guess. And Torian's not kicking in just yet. I'm drinking another cup of coffee, and I gotta get past the hump with the Benadryl. I thought the Benadryl would help today. Actually, didn't help anything today. I don't think. Coding with Terry. Hello, Coding with Terry. It looks like you're new here. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and turn my webcam back on just so you can see who you're talking to. Uh, I'm just having a slow morning, but I'm going to I don't know. Do you know anything about the game here, or did you just like stumble on it uh, either through YouTube or through like Discord or something or X, or do you know me from someplace else like IRC or something? And I keep forgetting that there is a slight delay with the between the YouTube and between me streaming and then the YouTube. Okay, YouTube. Is it? Did you just did it just pop up on your timeline, or were you like searching for something, or let's see something here? Uh, okay. Um. Okay, so I'm also going to presume that you don't know anything really about my game, right? And here, let me show. Well, I'm not going to run it just yet because I am in transition here a little bit. I'm replacing some variable names and stuff. So um, let me see if I can pull something up. A screenshot. I'll pull up a screenshot. I think. Um, maybe pictures. Let's open that in a new tab. Pictures. I was looking for. Don't know about the game. Okay, that's cool. Let me find the stupid screenshot. Be this one. Be this one. Okay, this is actually what the game looks like when I'm running it. I'm not running it right now because I'm actually changing. I'm changing the layout for certain things. Okay, so I'm going to be making a an adventure game. Actually it's going to eventually be a point and click adventure game, kind of like you'd play in the '90s. I don't know if you're familiar with adventure games at all. Sometimes they're called graphic adventures because originally the games were text adventures like Zork and you know certain things of that nature, and it was all text. And then eventually they started introducing graphics, and then eventually they changed the interface out for from text parser to complete point click, mouse interface. But the way this is essentially right now, it's like a choose your own adventure. I figured that was the simplest form of adventure, and I'm going to be using the same story throughout the whole making of this, and I'm doing it in phases. So this first phase is just this choose your own adventure phase right now. Okay, so I'm going to just close this, and what I'm using Redot. I don't know if you know much about the different engines. Godot is a decent open source engine, and Redot is actually a fork of Godot 4.3. So it's actually exactly the same as 4.3, which is what I'm doing here. It uses a scripting language called GDScript, which is based on Python, which I'm not really a big fan on Python that much, but it's what it is. Or I could start looking into coding with C sharp. You can actually code in Godot and read out with C sharp, but I have to get an external editor and stuff. I will be making my own art, but there's no art to speak of here right now. It's just right now it's just pure text. So I'm kind of doing this on purpose here. I'll go ahead and pull up the let's see here. By the way, I've been using Grok to actually help me with some stuff here, but let me pull up the where is it at? Keep forgetting because I suppose I should have a direct link to this page, and maybe I should do that. New development. Okay. No, not in temp. Let's just put it on the bookmarks toolbar. Done. And actually, let's go ahead and take paste. This I'm gonna go ahead and remove paste bin, and just work based off of my thing here, so that each time, and I can always go back to the paste bin part of it. Okay, so this is my roadmap here. So these are all phases, different phases. Basic choose your own style adventure game, phase 1. I start adding some audio visual stuff that would be like graphics. They'll just be basic, like a few still images and maybe some background music, just to get stuff, just to get it in the game. Phase 6, I start introducing a parser here, and then I have a save state system. I started actually doing puzzles in 10 because a choose your own adventure doesn't use puzzles really. I mean, not typically, anyways. So that's basically the deal here. That's what I'm working on, and the story basically is that a real Magic Kingdom has turned to tourism to so they don't have to tax its citizens, and but the resort has kind of fallen on hard times, and there's malevolent forces kind of working to bring about the destruction of certain things, and I have a group of characters that are trying to figure out what's going on, why everything's closed down and not working like it's supposed to, and people are missing and stuff, and then our main characters are supposed to figure out what's going on and try to fix it. But all I'm doing right here is I am so okay, so this is so these are essentially rooms here, and the this is actually the Redot editor. I don't know if you'd be familiar with anything like that, but and these are just so I can lay out stuff. So basically, I've set it up with these little boxes that have part of the description in here, and that way I can, for instance, I added a new location. I have a button here that adds a new room, and it's got an ID, and it's got the label. It's basically the display name, and then the description here, and then door specs is basically a door is basically a thing that leads to another room. Am I going to sell on Steam? I'm actually might be just giving this away for free. It kind of depends. The point was kind of the YouTube channel was kind of the point of this, and of course to finish it. I mean the big deal is to actually make and finish the game. But I decided that focusing on marketing and selling and stuff. I don't know. It's not that big of a chance of success exactly. There's really fierce competition. There's a lot of free games you can get. There's a lot of really low cost games. There's old games that you can get a hold of pretty easily. And so I'm just going, you know what? Maybe what I should do is I should make a game and center my YouTube channel around making this game, and then maybe I can get support for that later on. People like what they're seeing enough, and it's gonna I show everything that I do. I show how I come up with the story. I show what I'm coding, how I work it. When I get to the art part, I'll show the drawing and the animation and all that stuff. So basically, I've got it where I show you everything that goes into it, and if you're interested in that kind of stuff, you can watch. If you don't want to spoil it, you can wait, but I can't guarantee a time when it's going to be done. I wanted to shoot for a year, and this little choose your own adventure part I thought would take about a month, and where I'm already in the fourth month, I think, and so it's just taking a lot longer than I wanted it to. So it might be years before I actually finish everything. So so right now, I'm just really focusing on developing the game and streaming it. I stream every day. Well, I stream 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, at about around 11:30 Eastern time, Eastern U.S. time, right? Um, until about 3:30 thereabouts, about 4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours, somewhere in there. And then on Saturdays, I edit all the footage over the week into an update, and then eventually upload those to the YouTube channel. And then I on Saturdays I actually do some streaming of me editing videos together. Although that's kind of boring, and it's more or less just I'm kind of documenting my process, so I don't really expect a lot of people to actually watch me edit videos because, frankly, it's kind of boring. But I do it anyways. So yeah. So, anyways, right now I'm finishing touches on uh, some of this editor stuff, and I used to have a thing in here called Parent, and I actually called it Origin in code because some of the Redot engines names, some of them have references to like parents and stuff, and so I was thinking of a name that would not interfere with that. So let me give you an example of here. This is what a door is. A door is just an object. See, these are nodes basically. Um, a node is a basic building block of any Godot or Redot game or anybody that's kind of forked off of it. And Adora just has a choice. It's essentially a number that you hit. You hit a number 1 through 9, and you can use either the numbers on the top of the keyboard, or you can use the keypad. And then the destination. This is actually the file name of the destination, and then this is just the ID. This is almost like the display name here. Uh, Although I just realized that the doors here have the underscore, and I need to actually change that to remove those underscores. I think for the door names, but that's just not very important. So they all have a unique ID and destination and stuff. So that's what a door is. And then you can have up to you can have a bunch of doors based on the file, but I'm only going to allow about 9 choices total because that's how many keys are on the keyboard, uh, how many number keys there are. Okay, door specs. Door specs is essentially I can add and remove doors by using this. So I put choice and destination in here, and then save it. When I save it with the save room data, it will create the doors into the files, and the files are just essentially JSON files. Let's go to rooms, and let's go to this one. So this is essentially what a room is composed of. Basically, it's a JSON with the ID, which is essentially the file name. The label, like I said, is display name. Then we got a description. And if you want to let somebody know that there's choices that they can make, you have to actually put it in the description because I don't have any fancy extra choice like structure or something in it. It's just if you want them to know what keys to use, you have to put it in the description. Inbound. Okay, so let me open a one from the room's backup file folder, whatever, and these are essentially the same room. It used to call it parent, right? But instead, because it will be able to have multiple parents, I changed it to an array of and I called it inbound. This stands for like inbound rooms or inbound like connections, or you could say parent rooms, or you could say origins or whatever. Because in a choose your own adventure, everything goes in one direction basically. I mean, you can do loops and stuff, but typically in a regular adventure game, like a text adventure or like point and click or whatever, you have rooms that you can go back and forth, so you can move your character in between rooms, in between spaces, and around the dealie. But a choose your own adventure, it just essentially just goes forward. And so even though I'm keeping a track of the parents or the rooms that lead to this room, uh, typically the doors are only one way right now, and I'll implement the two-way logic like sometime later on down the line, basically. So this is what I'm doing. I'm actually converting from parent to this inbound array in here, and that's actually what you were seeing on the screen over here. Is I'm in the script tab of the Redot engine, and this function will create a room here, and the origin, I still have origin in here. Origin is what I changed the parent to, because in engine it was called parent, but since parent might be clashing with some of these, I decided I'd change the name. But now I'm even doing some completely different. So now I'm deciding if how I want to pass in the uh, the origin or the parent. And let's see, room doors. Dot inbound rooms equals, and essentially it's just going to be this. So I have to think for a second. Parent origin create. See, I can have it create with the default. I can have it just create empty inbound deals in here, or I can pass something through it. What I might do is I might go ahead and see something here. I can either pass an array through it, or I could just pass like a kind of like a starting deal, like or I could just like leave it blank. I might just leave it blank. I think maybe because I'll be setting it later, and really you don't I don't necessarily need to. So let's remove this and save it. Yeah, I know. Origin's not here. Yeah. Actually, let's do it differently here. I'm gonna do this. Oops. Control C, V, and then we are going to take origin out of this version. It's kind of just a poor man's backup here, and that way it doesn't matter. I don't need to use origin here. That way I still have that up there that I can revert to if I need to. Okay, so let me find the next origin. Okay. All right. The only thing that's there with origin is that. Let's check origin over here. Okay, new origin equals no origin. All right, first thing is, let's just go ahead and do this. And let's do the same thing that I did before. And with this, we're going to take origin out. Yeah, that's when I add it. Okay, let's find the rest of them. Original ID. And so today I'm just doing this. This is, I suppose, for some people, this is probably kind of boring here too, but it's necessary. Let's see here. Original. That's different. Origin there is not. I'm not saving origin data. I'm not setting that, and I think that's about it. Okay. All right. Now, when I load edit tree, create new meta file, create door from specs. Hold on just a second. Save room. Load all rooms. There we go. Load all rooms is going to create from JSON. Let's go into this and create from JSON. Okay. And then, okay, that other create was just for creating stuff. This is this will actually load the from the JSON files. So I already have code here. Okay, it doesn't load from parent anymore. It loads data from the inbound array now into the file. Okay, so if all is correct here and I reload save scene like so, then go here. See, inbound rooms has the one in there that used to be the original parent. And then, like I said, door specs. I see. I wanted to write. Okay, so the 2D editor is pretty useful. There's a thing called tool scripts. Basically, you take a script file where I was, and that's there, and then you can actually first you can update in real time. So the room is a tool script. So I have it to where you can set the description. You can set the description. You can just set the name in the editor in here. So I could change this. It would change it to a different like a different file name, for instance. So new location A. That if you see here, it put the A here. And then it's, of course, it's not going to save anything until I save it. And I don't mean actually, if I save, I can go ahead and hit save here, but that's not going to save my data files. The thing that's going to save my data files is the, okay, notice the name of it, 000 underscore new underscore location dot JSON. If I hit save room data, so reselected room, selected new location. Okay. And the thing is this should actually be updated, but it kind of doesn't matter. If you notice here, it's now called new location A. New location A is in here, A is there, and so forth. So you can literally rename files if you want to. I don't know why this doesn't update though. This is supposed to update. So now if I scene reload save scene, Okay, now it's called new location A. But when I edited it, it should have updated it in the yeah. That's something I gotta fix actually. Yeah, let's go into script editor and let's fix that first. Um, I need to go into, let's see, on save button pressed. Save meta file for room, create doors from specs, save data for room. Um, it deletes the old files and then resets the new files. Let me think for a second. How do you come up with this? How do you come up with the story? It's a long story. It's a long story to come up with the story. Actually, this story took me from it started in 2005. I have a bunch of characters. I have a bunch of stuff. So usually for me, stories I come up with ideas, interesting ideas. So the interesting idea was, what if a real Magic Kingdom turned into a tourist resort? Now this is going to be when it's done, when it's completely done, it's going to be a 2D animated. It's going to look like an animated cartoon, basically. Um, but so it's comical comedy adventure. I don't know if you ever seen played Secret of Monkey Island or any of those games, or Maniac Mansion 2: Day of the Tentacle. If you ever heard of that? Something like that. Eventually, when it's done. But so basically, the thing that I do is I come up with an idea for basically based on something I saw or heard or whatever, and then I start mulling it around in my head. Basically, I have a story that kind of pops up, and I start thinking about it. Eventually, and I'm not really very good at doing this, but eventually I put it down on paper, and so I had all these characters. I started writing their character arcs via sort of a screenplay plot outline format, basically. It's not a screenplay. I'm not writing a screenplay, and it's just the story portion of the game. It's not the game part itself. But so then I start writing this down, and I realize, well, I need to do this, and what does the character do? What happens in the story? And it just sort of organically evolves, basically. I've heard of point and clicks, but never played one. Okay, you probably I'm assuming you're young. How old are you? Because if you've never played one, and they're still around today. I mean, they're old ones are being remastered, some of them, and some people make newer ones occasionally. But I'm assuming you're pretty young then. But okay, so originally on computers, it used to be just like pure text mostly. Uh, Now, computers like Commodore 64s, Apple IIs, and the like, they were kind of made for being able to make games, among other things. But like an IBM PC or IBM compatible, you might say, um, really was just a business computer. Usually came with monochrome monitor, and it was mostly text. And a lot of the original text stuff came from like the okay, 30s. You're not that young, but you're still young, but you're not that young. But so originally they used to mostly be text, and the PC gaming scene used to be dominated by these adventure games, and you can kind of go through they call them interactive fiction now. We just call them text adventures because they used to be made with just only text. Their story, their narrative dailies where they give you a description and then you can type in commands, right? Go north, pick, get lamp, that sort of thing. And so it used to be all text, and then eventually they started adding graphics. Now the first big one was by this company called, they used to be called Online Systems and then later renamed themselves to Sierra Online. Started by Ken and Roberta Williams, which were a husband and wife team. Roberta came up with these stories, and then Ken would program them. And their first one was this game called Mystery House on the Apple II, and it's technically the first graphic adventure, you might say. It has these like really crude stick figures, and let's see if I can pull something up here on the web here. Uh, Mystery House. Let's see, Mystery House. Um, no, that's not what I want to do. Not actual Mystery House. Sierra Mystery House. Let's say Sierra. It was originally just called Online Systems, I think. In fact, this says no. This says Sierra Online Inc. But anyways, later evolved in Sierra Online Systems, right? In 1980, later evolved. Um, let's see if I can get some screenshots, images. Let's go to images. Okay, so this is basically what you're looking at. This is essentially the first graphic adventure. You still entered commands and stuff, and it was still like text based, you know. Here, let's go text adventure. And really, the big original let's see here. Welcome to adventure. Somewhere nearby is Colossal Cave, you know, and so this tech stuff. You know, I mean, I could spend ages talking specifically about the history of adventure games, but originally they were text, and then yeah, and then Sierra was the first to actually add graphics to their games, essentially. But an adventure, and the reason it's called an adventure game isn't just because really the type it is, but originally there was one called Colossal Cave Adventure, and it was on some sort of a mainframe computer way back in the day, even before they were really using monitors. In fact, they used to use the teletype machines, which basically your output would print on paper essentially, and so you type in stuff and it would print out on paper. But basically, this started off, and you start off in a room or a location, and then you have to like examine things. You have to explore. If there's a story involved, you uncover the story by typing in commands. Go north, you know, stuff like that. There's a shiny brass lamp nearby, you know. Um, Zork was a big one. Uh, it was back also from the early days. It's one of the original pioneers. It says it was first created for the PDP-10 mainframe computer, so it wasn't even on home computers originally. But anyways, so okay, so let's speed up to a point and click. Point and click adventure. It's just it's kind of like what it is. Point and click adventure is a subgenre of adventure game where the players interact with the game world by pointing and clicking on objects. And so there, you know, we had a mouse for a while as an input device, and eventually Sierra games used to use mouse. You could click on the screen and move your character around, but you still had to type in commands. And eventually, Sierra completely dropped their text-based thing for icon-based user interface, and that's where they're called point and click, because you point with the mouse and you click. And this is all modern crap here, but how did I get into game dev? Well, okay, so I've been messing around with computers back since the 80s sometime. and I had a Commodore 64 at home. Originally, my dad had a VIC 20, Commodore VIC 20, and then a Commodore 64, and there I mostly played, but occasionally I would do a little something with programming. But I didn't really start programming until I got to high school. And in high school, I was taught Pascal on a Macintosh, and then I got Turbo Pascal for my computer at home, and I was playing games, and I just, I basically just kind of learned how to do it. Basically, I taught myself programming. I did get some instruction in high school a little bit, and so I just basically gradually. I didn't really get into it. I gradually started doing it. I made a few games. I haven't made a lot of games. I've started a ton of projects and never finished them. That sort of thing. So I've just always kind of been doing it. I've been messing around for a long time, and not very good at programming. I don't like programming very much, but sometimes you have to do it yourself, right? I don't have money to like pay somebody to make programs for me. Although with this AI stuff now, you can almost make the AI do the programming for you. But yeah, so I've always been kind of in it. I haven't actually made any money. I've only finished a few programs. I've been doing it a long time though. But like I said, tons of started projects not finished. Occasionally have the what they call the shiny object syndrome, where you start messing around with something and then you see something else that you want to do and you're like, ooh, let's go to this thing, and that's just kind of the way it's been. So I'm not a professional by any means. I'm barely an amateur, but I know enough programming to be able to do pretty much what I want, almost. You know, I'm not, like I said, I'm not very good at it, but if I need to, I can come up and do stuff. Why don't you think coding is fun? Uh, I'm not 100% sure why. It's very frustrating to me. It's for me. It's hard to grasp my head around. I mean, what I'm doing here is pretty easy now because I've been doing it for years. You do something over and over again. You know the fundamentals. I know what variables are, and I know what I know a little bit about object-oriented programming and what functions do, and so on and so forth. So I can do pretty much anything because I've been doing it for a while. But to me, it's just way frustrating. My brain just does not want to work. So half the time I'm copying something else, half the time I'm getting something else to do it for me, that sort of thing. And it's just, I don't know. I always come up to a point of where something doesn't work, and I keep banging my head against the wall. And then that's usually why I abandon most of my projects. I don't abandon them. I don't have shiny object syndrome as much as maybe somebody else does. I mean, I do it occasionally. Occasionally, I have something. Oh, I want to do this, but then now I'm not interested, so I want to do this. But most of the time, it's because I come to a problem that I can't think through. I can't figure out, and maybe it's just the way I learn or something. I'm not dyslexic or anything like that, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. It's like walking through mud, or when you wade out in a pool, and you try to walk fast. You can't walk very fast because the resistance of the water, and so that's the way coding is to me. So if it's something beyond some basic stuff, I just it doesn't work. My brain doesn't work. That isn't to say that I can't do anything. It just means that it makes it not as fun for me to do. I like making games, but I don't like the coding aspect very much, I should say. I mean, half of this stuff, some of this stuff is like Grok in ChatGPT doing it. Not totally. I'm not totally useless. I'd figure out how to do it if I didn't have the AI. But I rely on the AI quite a bit now to do a lot of stuff. Especially some of this stuff. This is editor stuff. This is work, and it's not something I enjoy. It's not part of making the game, although I need it to make the game, basically. So making the editor do what I need to do so I can use this as a layout tool. Because if I'm working with just a bunch of JSON files by themselves, it it's kind of a pain. In fact, I got 93 different quote unquote pages here, or rooms, because they represent rooms. But let's take these meta files out. That's not necessary. But now, even though this says 44, there's actually, if you notice, some of these say the same thing. It's because they kind of represent the same location, but you visit it at different times. But there are actually 93 different rooms in here, and so to make decisions and stuff in a game like this, you kind of need to chart it out. You kind of need to lay it out. So I could put something up here, and then I could put something down here, and something like here, and this would represent two children of the parent, you know. And then I could put this down here, and originally I was trying to get it to auto do it, and I couldn't get it to work right. And so I decided, you know what? I don't need to do that. I just need to be able to save it. So I saved. Actually, you can actually save the positions when you hit room data. It saves the positions of all these files. Like if I do this, and then I reload save scene. Oh, here, let's just save the stupid scene. Control S is saving the scene in Redot. This save room data is my own code to save the rooms here. It's actually a separate deal. So if I reload save scene, then if you notice, they stay in the same place, and that's because I have the save code in here. What time is it? Shoot, it's almost time for my break. I have about 15 minutes. Anyways, so what I'm doing is I'm converting, and now that there's I think I got all the origin stuff commented out. So now when making rooms, they're gonna be all these deals with inbound. So if I have any more rooms that lead to the same room, like if I want to create a loop of some sort, I now have it in an array. Pardon me. So anyways, yeah. But I guess I have everything here that's been done. Maybe I should test out the here, I'll show you the game here. Since I think the origin stuff is all taken care of now. We'll see if it flubs on me for some reason. Okay, so that seems to look okay. So basically, okay, so the reason the 3D objects are here is because eventually what I want to do, I don't know if I'll get that far, but what I want to do is I want to make the backgrounds be actual 3D environment. Painted to look hand painted. So when you look at it, it'll look like a cartoon background, a standard cartoon background. And then when you move the camera, you got the full parallaxing, and also have the advantage of placing objects, sprites, and stuff in 3D space. Typically, with a 2D adventure game, you deal with it via layers. In fact, the old Sierra games, they used to have these things called what did they call them? Something bands, but they're essentially bands of color, which represented the depth. And the further up the screen the character went, the it would essentially switch layers. So when it switched priority, then you can have like a tree, and like you could go behind the tree. In fact, if you ever see any of the old boxes, in fact, I could pull that up here right real quick. Like I think my first major game that we bought was actually King's Quest IV. Let's see, King's Quest or game box. Oh, I didn't mean to leave Grok, but that's okay. I haven't used Grok today yet. Let's see the images. Let's see if we got image of the box. Not King's Quest Collection. Not these new games. That's actually what the Actually, this is fine. Instead of for if you notice here, what it says down here. What the heck? Okay. It says a 3D animated adventure game, and the reason they could call it 3D was here. Let's see something here. It actually even says something in here about it. Let's see. Depth perspective is simulated. Graham can walk behind objects, causing his character to be hidden from view, or walk in front of them, obscuring the object. This attention to graphical animation, commonplace in action games, earned King's Quest the distinction as the first 3D animated adventure game. And so they call it 3D because literally the character could go in depth into the scene. So it could like go behind this tree, for instance. Although that's not very large here. It's a little fuzzy here, but this tree, he can walk behind the tree. He can actually walk behind the castle at one point, or walk in front of the castle. So they called that 3D. They actually called that 3D, which is kind of cool. But anyways, they'd have this priority system, and they'd have these bands of color. Let's see, AGI. Was it called priority? Sierra AGI. Here, it's called Adventure Adventure Game Interpreter AGI, not AGI as in artificial general intelligence. AGI is called let's go to all. They call them priority bands. See, priority bands use to determine which objects are visible in front of others. Okay. I wonder if there's something that. Well, that's not there. What if there's something that shows an image with it? Okay. Well, anyways, basically there are these stripes of color, different colors. There was like I don't know, 9 to 11 different bands. I forget. Uh, and so it basically instructed what the character could walk behind and what they could walk in front of. So as they went up the screen, it would switch each band. And the AGI dev still there? Internals, variables, that's not what I'm looking for. Picture resources. And another kind of cool thing is with these old adventure games, the Sierra ones, they actually used vector graphics drawing. They weren't bitmaps. They were actually, like shapes, like lines and stuff. Other game data information. I don't know if we have a. We don't have any graphics in here, do we? Priority bands and control lines. Anyways, that's just. Have a tendency to kind of go off on a tangent, but basically, they used to simulate 3D that ways, and then later on, most game engines would essentially use layers, and so they would use Z ordering. So depending on your Z position or the Z position of the object, and usually at the base of something. So if it was the bottom of a tree or bottom of a rock or something, and so as the player would go up the screen, change the Y position, it would change what could be displayed in front of and behind him. With 3D, I could put it in 3D space, and literally objects can walk around objects and stuff. even if I'm using 2D to display it. And I don't know why I was telling you about the full 3D thing that I was going to do eventually, but I had some reason for saying it, and it just went out of my head. So whatever, that's the way that goes, I guess. Anyways, let me go ahead and run. Oh yeah, the reason I was telling you is I was telling you the reason I had this 3D objects in here. Because eventually it's going to be a 3D space. So essentially, this is running in 3D space. This here, the text is just a node 2D and label and stuff. Why did you get rid of the hair? Because hair gets unruly and it gets matted and whatever, and I don't know. I if you seen a couple of the other streams, you'll notice that that I've shaved it a couple of times, once or twice, and I do it myself. I just don't do it often enough because I'm like too lazy or whatever. So I wait until it gets uh, kind of annoying, and then Then I go and cut it again. Anyways, yeah, I'm doing okay. Simple Bobcat. Um, I was just explaining to coding with Terry what how, how this game works and what it's about and stuff. So I'm just showing him the actual game part itself. So basically, all I'm doing right now is I'm hitting the keyboard keys, the number keys on the top of the keyboard. Zero is always quit, um, and then all of these are ones because they're single pages, single rooms. So the idea is that I've got the whole story in here, and with all of the files. So there's like 93 of them, and I was just about ready to start adding like decision points when I realized I probably should have a way to I probably should have a way to lay out. I probably need a layout tool of some sort. And when I found out that you could do tool scripts and you could modify the editor a little bit, then I started doing that. It's been kind of a pain though because I've had these weird bugs and stuff, and so I almost probably should have made a proper like room editor or whatever. In fact, I'm actually considering doing that again. I'm considering doing a a room editor once I get the rest of this done. So basically, now that the origin thing is fine and the way that works and the parents and stuff, the last thing I'm going to be working on is the visualization of the doors and the connections. So these are I'm gonna have these little I don't know, little circles or little some sort of primitive shape across the bottom and across the top representing doors. And when the doors are connected, they'll actually point to a particular location on the top and the bottom. So I'll be able to see what is connected to what when I actually make it, and then I'll get back to making the game. Once I start working on the game again, I'll concurrently make a proper editor tool. I think I might not, but I think that's what I'm gonna start devoting a small period amount of time to it. So yeah, so it looks like I got pretty much everything in here working. In fact, I can show you how to create a door here too. Um, ch space no ch colon space. So that's one, and comma space destination colon and let's just say 2001. That's the other thing. You kind of have to know your specific location name. And right here, these are just like display names here. But anyways, I already know this enchanted and that. and then I don't need it. I don't actually need a deal for that. Okay, so Enchanted Lands. So what I do here is I go ahead and save it, and now I have Door to Enchanted Lands here, and then I also have Room A. Now it's not going to load up in the game unless I have a room like linking to it. So this is still not doing that. Okay, so now if I want to remove it, all I have to do is make sure the door specs is cleared out. Then I hit save again, and then now the door is gone again. It's pretty simple, really, to do that, and that's how you. And then this, I can probably change and save it, but I'll figure out what to do about that later. Anywho, it looks like I'm right at break time, so I gotta take my break, and it's gonna be about half an hour. So, coding with Terry, thanks for dropping by. But if you're back after the break, then you can continue to see what I'm working on. I'll be starting on the visualization stuff with Grok and all that stuff when I get back. So it's gonna be about 30 minutes, and I always have to do my break. So I will see. I'll see you guys after the break, or if I don't see you until sometime later, I'll see you later. You can leave, you can come back, whatever. You know, always happy to have you in here, but one of my problems is I start slow, and then sometimes I overrun my break time by a while. So, anyways, you can stay in here and idle, keep it on in the background, go do something, play a game or whatever, do whatever you do. You can leave and come back. I mean, whatever you feel like doing. And if you don't feel like coming back later, you feel like doing whatever you do in the day, don't worry about it. You come back tomorrow. Um, I stream 6 days a week. The Saturdays though is just for editing, and it's pretty boring. But if you want to just come in, shoot the bull while I'm editing a video, you can do that. Anyways, yeah. So I'll be back in about 30 minutes, and I'll see you then if you haven't left. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn the mic off too, while I'm gone. Mic on. Desktop. Here I am. And I am back. Go ahead and type in here. Back. Back. Give me a sec. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so okay, so I gotta do, let's see. Oh, I didn't put back here yet. Okay, back, which is good. Okay, let's get back to the thing here. You know the thing. Okay, so I think I have the origin thing sorted out. I don't think there's anything weird going on. And now I gotta work on the actual door display. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch out. Okay, it'll probably be a kind of a problematic. Okay, let's just delete this. Remove that and save room data. We can just go ahead and save the deal there. That's all right. Okay. So the question here is, um, now it's gonna be a whole bunch of crap. I'll have to like remove a bunch of crap and stuff to do it. But I think the door node and door is just extends the node. I think it's gotta. I think I'm gonna need to make that node 2D. I'm not really sure. I had problems when I converted another deal over. So, let's see for a second here. What if I switch just to node 2D? And hit Control S. And scene, reload, save scene. Okay. Oh, great. That sounds like a good deal then. uh, I'm assuming your name is Terry because it says coding with Terry. So are you on oh, firstly, are you in the US? Because I'm assuming if you're lunch and you just came back from lunch, I'm on Eastern time, Eastern US, I'm in Florida, that you are either Central or Central is 1 hour, I think, or West Coast. So are you West Coast US and or Canada? Well, not and Canada, but or Canada, or are you someplace else? Presumably you're in North America if you just came back from lunch. Okay. Did it have any errors? No. 2D. It's fine. Um, so if I run it, what did it error? But where did it error though? Can't be assigned a type node. Where is it being assigned node? Uh, well, let's see something here. Room manager. Um, I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna remove, delete. Okay. I'm gonna save it. Save scene. I'm gonna reload save scene. Reload save scene. Sure this is stopped. Yeah, but where is it stopping? Where is it assigning it to regular node? That's what I want to know. Doors is just an array. Mm, Jamaica. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna say Jamaica has got to be off of the East Coast. Um, I don't know where Jamaica is in relationship to Caribbean or the Caribbean. Let's see, Caribbean Sea, West Indies. 140, about 78 nautical miles south of Cuba. Okay, I get it. Down in here. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Well, it actually doesn't make sense. I don't know why you're actually further. Well, maybe you're not further out though. Maybe you're actually no. You're like almost right in line with the east coast of the U.S. So it's kind of weird that your time zone is like an hour earlier. Yeah. Yes. Right. I got it. But anyways, that's cool. I don't mind. It's just at least you're in this part of the world, anyways. So that makes things a little bit easier. I got several people. Where's the thing here? Okay, I got several people that pop in from like India and just some other places that are literally halfway across the world and from here. And so sometimes they wouldn't be able to join in watch the stream because it's like their bedtime or whatever, or it's like way late for them. At least here for you, it's not that bad. 1 hour is Central Time. Central Time is also 1 hour. Anyways, I am having an error just because I converted from a node to node 2D, and I forget how I fixed that. Okay, let's do something different since I'm running the game. Right now, I can't run the debugger on the editor on a tool script, so I usually have to rely on print statements to output to the output window, debug window. But um, I can use breakpoints here. Oh, so on the ready, huh? Change room, current room. Oh, I see. I see. That okay. So that would necessitate me actually changing the door nodes in the main menu scene. Main menu is actually a T scene file. It's a Redot Godot scene file. meant to be viewed in text, but they don't suggest actually. That's not what I want. They don't suggest actually. There we go. That's what that is. Room manager. This door here. Change type to node 2D. Change. I think this is all I need to do. Just save it. Yes, currently selected node is not a room, and that was actually a debug statement for the editor because I don't want you screwing around with any other nodes that's not specifically a room node, and I'll have to take a lot of those debug deals. Okay, so let's go back to. Actually, I can just go ahead and run it and see if it crashes on me again, which it might. Nope, it doesn't. So if I hit 1, 1, 1. Okay, everything works just like it did. So that's good. So that was just a simple thing. The main menu, okay, originally I had these as tscene files. A scene file, basically is what you're looking at here. It's it's its own node tree and everything. So main menu, which is the main node, which is actually a room, technically a room. It's and it already extends node 2D. I already changed that. And then also consists of a door. Now I had 93 of these text blocks basically. It's basically the whole story outline. And either I'm going to split these up into multiple like choices based thing, or the existing pages might just be story beats. In other words, you might be interacting with the stuff in between to get from one story beat to the next, basically. And that's where your choices will go. Your choices will go to that, and then eventually it will go to the next beat, whatever that is, the next page. Okay, so let's go ahead and yeah. So originally I had it to where you can actually create a room uh, as a scene in Redot or Godot if you prefer, and but I had like 93 of these, so I had 93 groups of text which are represent pages or represent rooms, and so I basically had Grok help me convert it to JSON and then help me convert it to JSON objects by writing Python script, and it does all this kind of rigmarole just so I can get these individual scene files. So it'd be kind of a pain in the butt. I couldn't get it to automatically make scene files, or at least it's not recommended, I guess, because the editor actually does a bunch of stuff with scene files. So I just had it pure text in a JSON format, and then it loads everything dynamically. But I went ahead and kept the T-scene stuff in there because technically you can just use it as long as it points to the correct deal. And and this points to the first room. So that main menu you see is actually a scene file. Okay, so it looks like door now is now oh, you know what I should do? Should go ahead and yeah, that's okay. Moved origin / favor of inbound array. converted door from node to node 2D. And we'll just do that, and I'll go ahead and commit all of this changes there. That's good. I'm gonna have to learn Git one of these days, and maybe not even use GitHub. I'm not sure. Pardon me, my nose always bugs me, especially when I'm doing a lot of talking, and I got allergies and stuff. So I'll try not to scratch my nose, but I can't guarantee anything. Okay, so very simply. Okay, so now I'm actually gonna go to Grok now. Did I have it on this? It's not on this page, right? Okay. Oh, that's right. I accidentally closed Grok, didn't I? Okay, let's go Grok. Let's go to history. I guess this one we're gonna have to check up here though. What date and time do you have? I wonder if it's still wrong because it was giving me the wrong time yesterday. 2:26 Eastern Daylight Time. Thanks for checking in, Keith. I'm ready to help you with your project. Okay, good. I've decided I'd probably attach. Okay. So you mentioned what we could add to represent doors visually in the editor. What was that again? Editor. Use on the in your room panels. So just use the color rectangle button. Uh, Clear. Okay. Before we do that, I've decided that I'm going to attach the color correct or whatever to the door itself. Only visible the editor scene. Well, in general, just to the editor, just to the editor itself. It doesn't matter as much. Yeah, just the editor itself. Color rec should be simpler than a button, right? Lightweight node for displaying color rectangle requiring less setup since it doesn't have built-in interactive logic like a button. Not just yet. 236. See, it says 236. Nah, it's time is still wrong. Don't worry about the time. The time is only 2:29. We'll say 2:30. Only about 2:30. Just skip the time for now. Okay. Um, Let me think for a second. The question is, do I want to spend the time it takes to where I can connect the doors via nodes, like a node based setup, where you click on the one thing, you drag it. Um, Click a door rect and drag it to another room where it would automatically make a new door. Say you could have it actually make a new door. Although I have the tech, uh, by the but that, or would it just be simpler to have the nodes displayed and just add remove doors, give a door specs array? It's an array that has choice and destination string it uses to build doors with. It's super complicated. Mildly complex but doable with GD scripts involves handling mouse input, tracking drag states, drawing temporary connection line, updating door specs in inbound rooms. I'm still thinking that I'm going to make a proper editor, room editor, layout tool for my game after this is working. So maybe I should just not worry about the click dragging. I'll do the click dragging in my actual editor, but so maybe we'll do it like that. Update target room. Already working. Yeah. Okay. I will want to draw links that is lines from room to room, from door to room, eventually. But like you said, it's a bit more complicated. Would you say something like click dragging nodes is more appropriate for a dedicated layout tool? Okay. Or lightweight edit for range moves. We can still draw lines in the editor, correct? Yeah. Okay. I'm considering building a proper layout tool in the near future. I'm thinking once I get this visualization of doors done, I'll start work on a proper layout tool concurrent with building of the game. Let's see. I will probably have to do everything myself, though, right? In the tool, camera movement, zoom in, out, selecting, etc., so forth. Building properly out to for adventure game and Redot 4.3 concurrent with game development is solid plan, especially yeah. What's interesting though, if I work on the layout tool now, I'll probably if I work out on a layout tool, I'll probably release it for free onto maybe something like HIO or something. But more than likely, I would even finish phase one before I actually get the editor finished. So then I'll have to figure out, well, if that happens, um, do I still work on the editor or whatever, kind of thing. Probably, but I'll have to keep in mind any of the changes because I'll be adding changes not too long from then. Proper layout tool with concurrent with game development solid plan, especially finished visualizing doors, color recognized since Redot doesn't provide built-in node-based layout editor like some specialized tools. You'll indeed need to implement most features to help include camera movement, zoom selection, connection management. However, Redot's flexible Node 2D UI and input system makes this feasible, and you can leverage your existing editor map scene as a foundation. Yes, I could probably do that. Key features you'll need to implement camera movement. Use the camera 2D node for panning and scrolling. Input. e.g. middle mouse, drag, or WASD to move a camera with the input or unhandled input. Set camera position based on mouse delta during drag. Zoom in and out. Adjust camera 2D via zoom, mouse wheel, or keys. Add limits to prevent extreme zoom levels. Selecting rooms. Detect clicks on random room nodes using Area 2D with collision and or checking mouse position. Highlight selected rooms. Change color rect color or add a border. Support multiple selection with shift click if needed. Drawing connections using line 2D for static lines or click and drag for dynamic connections discussed earlier. Update the lines when door specs or inbound rooms change. Editor only logic. If the editor is in your tool scripts, ensure the layout tool only runs in the editor. Say room positions, connections. Yeah, I don't need editor only logic because I can just run it then, and it will technically be a separate deal. And I'll have like a project settings, like it'll have a project and um, where it saves stuff like right now I have these meta files which are essentially JSON files that have the X and Y position. Well, it would be kind of the same way. The layout tool, the project would actually, the project file would save out to maybe JSON or to something else. It doesn't have to be JSON, but it'll save out to some file format that remembers all the positions and everything of the nodes and how everything was in the project. Essentially, doing something like building something like Twine. Twine does automatically, and granted, that is essentially I'm rebuilding a tool that already exists. But if I'm only doing this in Twine, if I'm only doing this for Twine, I'd probably just be using Twine. I wouldn't be even using Redot or anything at all. The reason I'm using Redot is because I can make all of my game phases in this one engine, including the end goal. So, and anyways, it'll be starting out like a Twine style deal, but eventually you're going to be able to place graphics and text and whatever else, objects and stuff. Like it'll be a full fledged adventure game editor when it's done. Uh, Presuming that I build the editor alongside my phases. So I'll have to see how that works out. I might be done with the game before getting done with the tool that I using for the phase. So I don't know. Features, dragging rooms, right? Context menus. I right click context menu for the actions like adding, removing doors. Oh yeah. So I can probably simplify that as far as adding. If I'm doing the layout tool, you'll be adding via nodes. So you click on a little like a door node position that will be a choice eventually, and you'll drag it to another room. So you have two rooms you made. You'll click drag to another room. It'll update that other room, and then in the end it'll save the JSON file. Effort approach, time investment, days to work spending. You'll need to handle it. Since you're already using Node2D for rooms and JSON data, you can reuse much of your editor map code. For example, your room panels and door specs array can integrate directly into the tool. That's correct. And actually, I can have an add door function, like a button and stuff. The reason I didn't put it in there is just because it's simpler to do it this ways, where I just make it there. I could have separate, like there's already a bunch of buttons here. Like there's already oh, the room viewer. Yeah, that's okay. Editor map. There's already a bunch of buttons up here, right? This is actually the Redot editor. These are the three buttons I added. Well, I can add it dedicated add remove buttons where I can add in doors and stuff. In fact, I could probably have a like a panel, I could have like an editor panel. So like right now, this is just showing a little description, a synopsis, or I should say, the first 5 lines of a room description. But I could have a thing where you click on it, you expand it out, and it expands out the full window with the full description and everything, uh, even kind of as you see it on screen, and where I can have a thing where it says where you literally add a door by clicking and add, like there'll be a button on there that says add door or something, and then it'll add the door to the thing, and then when you if you save it or if you set it, I'm not sure how we do that. It just automatically update, but you can then close the editor window for that particular room, and the doorknob would show up. Now you can make the connections yourself, or you can click drag the connections. So there's a lot of stuff I can do in the layout tool. Um, but it will also only be take a small section of the time. Most of the time, it's going to be working on the game, and maybe part of it, maybe 45 to 50 minutes, will be working on the editor, and then the rest of the time will be working on the rest here. I think. Okay, so okay, let's go back to El Graco. Um, I've already converted the doors from node to node 2D. So now we need to add a color rect to it. Okay. Color represent the visually. Add a color rect as a child of each door's node 2D. Set size position via color via GD script. Engine is editor hint to ensure that color rect is only visible in the editor. Update the color rect color based on whether the door's destination is valid. Assuming your door is an OT with door specs array containing door door specs is not okay. Door specs is an array in the room class. That's updated with the doors read from the JSON file and is saved out to JSON based on what's in the door specs. The door itself is just a simple node 2D here. I didn't give this conversation a copy. B. Yeah. Green for valid destination, gray for invalid. Visible. Okay. Set the color rect color based on. Okay. Color rect. Ready. Editor hint. Equals new. Small square for door. Center on node TD. Add child color rect. Update color. Okay. Games from scratch. Okay. Set date color. Okay, create. Right. Color is created and ready only if the engine is true. Setup 2020 connection status. The update color function checks if destination is valid. Inspector updates. The set function overrides property changes. Um, I'm not sure what I'm doing just yet as far as that goes, but okay, so don't do anything yet, but give me an idea of whether it's doable or simpler or whatever. I want to place oh, that's interesting. If I do it on the door and there's only one door, then it's only going to be one node, which is fine. Actually fine. Picking if there was max 9 doors set equidistantly along the bottom of the room panel. Of course, if there's only X amount of doors, then not all the nodes would show up. But I was thinking for general positioning, if there's one, center it. Actually, I could just have it center each equidistantly. I could just do that way. Okay. Um, I was originally thinking of 9 door nodes on the bottom faced equidistantly. If there was only one door, it would be in the center. If two, there would be one on each side of the center node, where the center node wasn't there. If three, the three middle. If four, two on one side, a blank off in the middle, and two on the right. 5, all the 5 middle nodes. 6, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. 7, all 7 center. 8, 4 on the left, 4 on the right. And 9, all 9 spots. There's just one thing about that, and that is there's only going to be a certain amount of doors in a room. It's only going to be, let's see, my audio is still going on here, right? Yes. There's only going to be a certain amount of doors in a room. The others wouldn't show up, and so I can just make them equidistant, I guess. Let's see what it. Yes, if you're wondering, I am falling asleep. I need to start getting to bed earlier. That's on me. I'm gonna get to bed earlier and wake up at a decent time. I'm not asleep during the day. I won't be tomorrow. I make sure that I'm not tomorrow. Okay, so your original plan for specific placements is also feasible, slightly more complex to the custom logic for each door count. Simplifying equidistant spacing for actual number of doors, hiding unused slots is easier to implement and more flexible, especially since you mentioned not all of the rooms will use all 9 doors. For indoors 1 to 9, space them evenly across to fixed width. 200 pixels along the bottom of the panel. Unused slots N minus N are hidden. No color work shown. Simple math. Divide the width by N to get spacing. Consistent look, easy to code. Adapts to any door count. Oh, I see. Position for each door count matches your exact division. 2 doors symmetrically placed around the center. More visually structured columns requires a lookup table or conditional logic for each door count, increasing code complexity and maintenance. Hard to code or calculate position for each case, which is manageable but takes more time to test and tweak. Um, Let me look at this. Blank room, color rect, function ready. Update color rect based on destination. Right is connected equals destination does not equal blank room. And destination does not equal. Error. I'll probably only get the door node done today. Let's just look at the door node again. It's not going to be blank. Hmm. Well, let's see something though. Oh, right. I add a door. Add a door based on the door spec, right? Hmm. When I do add doors via the door spec, and so the thing's going to be okay. Let me look at something here on my thing here. Uh, 2D. Now let's do something here. Let's add a room here. Look at door specs. There's no door, nothing in the door specs just yet. What if I just hit CH like that? A room data, door to, star, star, star. Choice is a star, destination is, ID is door to, star, star, star. um, I'm just thinking for a second. A blank door choice would be a single asterisk. Destination is three asterisks underscore and another three asterisks. And then of course the ID is door two and then star star star, which is the three asterisks. Um, let's see. Could actually make that. Do something real quick. Go ahead and remove that. Oh, oh, I have to select the new location to remove it. That's why. Uh-oh, what's it doing that? Skipping signal reconnection during room removal. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I know what the problem is. Okay, let me do something here. Let's go ahead and close this. Don't save. Okay, something's funky's going on. Let's go ahead and do the thing here. Delete that. Okay. Let's go to project settings. For the plugins, we're going to disable the plugin. Close. We're going to close that. Uh, Save and close. Then we're going to reopen it. And then we're going to go to project settings. Plugins, we're going to re-enable. Close. Okay, now let's do something here. Plus. Oh, do that. Then we're going to go ahead and do our specs. CH. Enter. Okay, and Save room data. Okay. Over that. Okay, good. Go back here. Go ahead and subtract it, remove it, and say room data. Okay, it should be fine. I think it had to do with something to do with when I converted the door to a Node 2D. Some weird thing that where it's still referencing old stuff. Reload save scene. Okay, everything looks all right. All right. I'm assuming that's all right because yeah, it was because I had changed a bunch of stuff. All right, now what was I trying to do? What was I trying to get it to do? Oh, where do we have a create doors from specs here? Move clear doors. Get parent equals room. Sure, it's still a child. ID string. Let's go back to here. Let's go to plus. Script. That's something kind of interesting. Mm, okay, let's go to the door specs again. Let's put in C, doesn't really matter. Enter. Save room data. Destination is that. Choice is that. ID is that. ID string equals that. Okay, why? Destination is star star star. ID is door to star star star. Oh. Oh, I get it. I understand it. Interesting. So we're presuming that, and actually, I should actually put this up as a. Okay. So the ID string is something like, number, you know, 000 underscore, and then whatever the name is, which I just made it a star as a destination string. I'm not sure what I'm having a problem with. I'm having a problem with something on here. I'm just not really 100% sure what it is. Hmm. Correct. Correct. Yeah, so it should be based on destination, first of all. That's not what I wanted to do. 85. Somebody liked 85. Update 85. Okay. So let's go. Let's go back to Grok. Okay, so let's see here. The question is whether I want to actually make it actually blank. I'm still thinking about door nodes. A blank room might be one that has its ID. But sometimes can lead to an incorrect room. For instance, if I misspelled a room name, it shouldn't be connected unless it's connecting to a valid room. Have door nodes in your project determine status for the color visualization. You're correct. A door's destination should only be considered connected if it points to a valid room ID, not just any blank, non-blank value. Indicates a blank room, but a misspell or invalid room ID from room 1 should also be treated as unconnected. Choose your editor's color rect colors. Green for connected, gray for unconnected. Accurately reflect valid connections. Feasibility and approach. IDs. Determine if a door's destination is valid, you need to check it against the list of existing room IDs in your game. Since your rooms are stored as JSON files, you can maintain a list of valid room IDs loaded from your JSON files or a central registry and verify against it. Yeah, I could actually do that. I could actually, when it loads the rooms, it could actually build a list of valid room IDs. Door classes update color to check if destination matches a valid room ID, setting the color accordingly. Your room class or global manager maintain an array of valid room IDs. Valid ID excluding or empty strings integration. Update the color rect color and update color based on its validation. Okay, so I probably want the room registry to be in the editor map itself. The door should not contain this functionality. Yeah, it looks like time's about up. I didn't get a lot done today, but at least I got a tiny bit of progress done today. Uh, Granted, if you look at some of my previous streams, you'll notice there will be days where I didn't physically get anything done, like any code or anything, written. But I did actually figure out what I was going to do the next day or next week or whatever. Your door's destination only be connected if one's valid room ID. Treated as unconnected. He's check it against lists. Got it. Storing the room registry in editor map scheme rather than the door class makes sense. Centralized data keeps the door class lightweight. This way, the door only checks its destination against the editor maps registry to update its color rect. Maintain an array of valid room in the editor map scene. Door class query the editor map. No, I don't want it to query the map. No. I don't want the door node to query the editor map. I want the editor to set the door's status. So when loading, we'll compile this list. Add a door. It's going to check the list, see if it's there. If not, it's going to tell it to be disconnected. Grayed out. If it's there, of course, it will connected. You can change the connected color. We want the editor map scene in Redot 4.3 to manage the room registry and actually set each door's connection status based on whether its destination is in the valid room ID list. This removes the need for the door class to query the editor map given door logic minimal. The editor map will compile the room list ID, check each door's destination, add it, update it, set the color rect accordingly. Green for connected, gray for disconnected. Approach room registry, editor map, valid room IDs, door status management when loading rooms, adding door, checks the door's destination because valid room IDs, it sets the property is connected. Okay. Door class. Okay, color rect. Engine is ready, color rect, add it to it, set connection status. Is connected, color green. If is connected, else color gray. That's fine. Func create. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna copy the door script. In fact, I'm gonna do. Oh dang! I know I did it right up into the last minute. You know what? Maybe I will go ahead and do like I'm supposed to and get off right now. Okay, we'll implement it tomorrow as I run out of time today. Thanks. Okay, so I'm gonna do what I typically do. What I do sometimes, which isn't all the time, but usually what I do is sometimes I do it after I quit the stream, but sometimes I do it on stream. So I'm just gonna do it on stream just so I can do it all at once, and when I'm done, I'm done. Then so. give me a couple minutes here, and I'll do that, and then I'll end the stream here. So I'm starting recording now. Okay, today is Tuesday, April 29th, 2025 at approximately 3:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And today what I got done is not a whole heck of a lot. I got a little bit done though, and that is I've made sure that that origin is not set or red. In other words, did I close that? I closed that, didn't I? Let's go. Whoop. Let's go to projects. Let's go to this. Let's go to rooms. So now all the rooms don't have a parent label. They have inbound, which is the array for the incoming connections, and it doesn't use origin anymore. So we'll find. Oop. Let's see. Control find origin, and just like parent is gone, origin is gone. It's commented out, and it's commented out for room. So I didn't get a whole lot done today. I figured out how I'm gonna do my doors. So now I'm on to the visualization. I'll start the visualization tomorrow. So that's pretty much all I did today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, so that's gonna do it for the stream today. I didn't get much done today, partly because I'm sleepy, partly because I still wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do, and it looks like I got everything. I got squared away, so I will know exactly what to work on tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna add a color rect to the door node, and that will only display in the editor, and then it'll have a connection status. The way Grok showed it is it would switch to green when it was connected and gray when it's not. I'm actually going to have it do different colors so that you can kind of match the color with the door, and they'll just be different colors. It doesn't. I won't have a predetermined amount of colors necessarily, but so that way that the door that it starts with is the door that it ends with. In other words, the connection to the top of the other room will have the same color, so that you'll easily be able to tell which belongs to which. Anyways, well, I'll get to that tomorrow, and I'll see you tomorrow. That is, if you're interested. And I want to thank everybody for dropping by and staying or putting me on the background. And yeah, so see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Thank you for watching.